What's up, distant learners? Hopefully everyone is doing well. We're about to begin once my computer starts up. All right, we're picking up right where we left off from yesterday. Remember, Friday is a half day. There is no basketball practice for those in basketball. What time have we told you we get out of Friday? 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. So distant learners, so you know that as well. We get done at 12 o'clock, so there will be no more classes after that. And it's ending at 12, so if it's in the middle of class, you'll just be done right at 12. All right. Make sure everyone has their homework turned in. No one should be working on it. All right. Pull out your notes. I'm being kind and not giving you a pop quiz today, but we do have a quiz tomorrow, and we'll review for that at the end of class. Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right. Pull out your notes. No, you have a quiz tomorrow, not a pop quiz. You have a quiz. What? I didn't get a haircut. Thank you. I need a hair. I'm going to get a haircut maybe this weekend. All right. For distant learners, hopefully everything's working. All right, everyone quiet. We're about to begin. Pull out your notes. TV. Did it work? Too much talking. Thank you, Adrian. Shh. Quiet. All right, here we go. Yesterday we talked with Egypt, right? We talked about their culture and a way of government, education, religion. We ended with a little bit about the young Pharaoh, King Tut. We're not going to say his whole name. Remember, by King Tut. And then the process they did. What was the process they did to preserve bodies called? We should all know it. Okay, why did they do that?
To preserve the body.
Why, though?
Shh.
Her hand was raised. Sophia, why?
So then, like in their afterlife, when they were supposedly to wake up, they have all that money and stuff.
And it would protect their what? Their spirit or their soul, right? They would say that the mummification preserved not only their human body, but would protect their body wherever they would go from evil spirits. Good answer. All right, so we're jumping right into our notes. We'll cover some notes today, and then we'll review for a quiz at the end. We'll try to go quickly so we can get that review in. Okay, today we're going to be going Egypt through the ages. Okay, so you had some homework on it, so some of it's just going to be review. Okay, if you notice, this is as well the end of the chapter is just a quick chapter over Egypt. You learned a lot about Egypt for some of you 2 years ago, some of you maybe last year, in history of the world. Okay, I'm going through that with my 7th and 8th graders. Yes, sir?
For the second one in yellow, we can't see the rest. Who's the hottest one up there?
That's
Definitely the one on the far right.
Shh. Quiet. There, I got you. Adrian. Thank you. All right, so we're starting here. Divisions of Egypt's ancient history. Okay, we're going to see some different divisions. Okay, we're starting with the Old Kingdom. Sorry, I'm hot. I got to turn the air down. That's weird. All right, we have the Old Kingdom. Okay, this is going to be talking about the dynasties. Their second dynasty to the fourth. Okay, this is the time the Egyptians achieved their greatest accomplishments in art and architecture. Okay, in this Old Kingdom, we have 3 outstanding monarchs or leaders. We have Khufu, which is also known as Cheops. Remember, we kind of talked about him a little bit with the pyramid of Cheops, right? We have Khafre and Menkaure. Okay, these are the 3 monarchs or leaders or pharaohs. They weren't all pharaohs completely, but all the leaders of Egypt in this old dynasty. Okay, they were the builders of the 3 largest pyramids at Giza.
No, go back.
Khufu, also known as Cheops. Remember we talked about the Great Pyramid of Cheops yesterday? You have Khafre and then Menkaure. Okay, and with this we have they all built the Great Pyramids of Giza. And this is also where the Sphinx is located. Okay, 8 miles, this is 8 miles southwest of Cairo. And also, like I said, the Pyramids of Giza, we also have the nearby Great Sphinx. Okay, this is a statue that has a resemblance of a lion's body, but then sphinxes in general, but obviously this one specific, would have the face of a man or as a hawk or bird, okay? Referencing either to a pharaoh or to the sun god. Okay, yes sir.
Is it true that like the nose broke after like the things?
Yes. It's very old. Yes sir. The Sphinx, again, it was a resemblance of a specific pharaoh. Okay, it showed the body of a lion because they worship animals in that sense. A lion is an animal of what? It resembles what? Pride and king, right? It's noticed as a kingly animal. So they referenced it as to their king or pharaoh. And then the face of either a specific pharaoh like the Great Sphinx or other small sphinxes that aren't really known would have faces of a pharaoh or a bird, which is over their sun god. Okay, keep on moving on. Okay, also in this time, we see the collapse after nobles completed for kingship. Okay, the old kingdom collapsed because of a struggle for kingship. So many people wanted to be the ruler. Again, this is kind of before the time of having consistent pharaohs. Okay, that's why we used the term monarchs before, because we had some pharaohs, but some were just leaders, some were just maybe some sort of type of dictator. They were considered monarchs, just the leader, maybe a general. But there's a struggle in this old kingdom, and it collapsed because of the rival kings of different large cities, right? Like Memphis, as we mentioned, and Thebes. And then another one is Heracleopolis. Sorry, it's a hard one for me to say. These cities would contradict and fight who would be the leader or the greatest of those cities. Yes, sir.
Would the pyramids have been around the time when the Israelites were there?
No, after. It'd be after. That would be more like towards
Wouldn't it be before?
2000-ish, 1500 BC. This is more in like roughly 600s, something like that. All right, so moving on. Okay, so we first have what kingdom?
The new king. Middle king. Old king.
Old Kingdom is the first one. I knew you were going to get there, Adrian. I knew you were going to get there. All right, the second one, as Adrian mentioned already, is the Middle Kingdom. Okay, the Middle Kingdom. This was started and led by King Mentuhotep. Mentuhotep. He is of the 11th dynasty, and he reunited the two lands and paved the way for the Middle Kingdom. And he was the beginning of the 12th dynasty. Okay, what dynasties did the Old Kingdom cover? From dynasties what to what? I mentioned it. From dynasties 2 to 4. Remember, I had the 2 Roman numerals up there? 2 to 4. All right, this Middle Kingdom, it's starting kind of around. So Egypt was still obviously a nation, but it wasn't really an empire. But now we're going to see it rise again in the Middle Kingdom. And it's going to be led by King Mentuhotep the first. It's going to be, he's of the 11th dynasty, but he's the beginning of the 12th dynasty of Egypt. Okay, the 12th dynasty kings established their capital at Thebes. At Thebes, they expanded the Egyptian influence into Asia and inaugurated huge public works and irrigation projects. Okay, some people think it was during the 11th or 12th dynasty that Abram and his family entered Egypt in search of food, which is Genesis 12. Some believe that. Okay, it may have been during the latter part of the Middle Kingdom. that Joseph became prime minister of Egypt, and Jacob and his family settled in Goshen, the richest part of the Nile Delta. Okay, so we're going to see this time of the Middle Kingdom. This is referenced in time of the Bible. Obviously, we're not specifically talking about when Israelites or anyone's in Egypt, okay, but we're going to be talking about like when Joseph was there. This is kind of in that time. Okay, the Middle Kingdom came to an end when certain Asiatic warriors called the Hyksos, or known as the Shepherd Kings, or ruler of foreign lands coming from the Far East, and they ravaged Egypt. The Hyksos, identified by some scholars with the Semitic Amalekites, possessed chariots, which the Egyptians were woefully unacquainted, making them easy prey for the invaders. Okay, so imagine at the time warfare was basically just foot soldiers, maybe a few horses, but mainly just foot soldiers. And then this invading empire or group of people, the Hyksos people from the east, come, that Amalekite area, they come and they have chariots. Okay, so this is, you have horses, you have speed, you have height, right? Gives you more extension, protection, right? So imagine having an army of chariots, a lot of chariots going against an army of foot soldiers, okay? Obviously, at this time, this is going to be the end and fall, fall of the Middle Kingdom. Okay, so just know, remember the Middle Kingdom. Sorry, I forgot to move those slides. Middle Kingdom started with King Mentuhotep. And then, sorry, I forgot to move this. In the Middle Kingdom, we have the Hyksos people known as shepherd kings or rulers of the foreign countries. Okay, again, this is the Middle Kingdom. Okay, we're just doing a brief summary. We have the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the leaders that were the main people of these eras. And then we're going to see the New Kingdom. Shh. Should have nothing else out, just the notes. Okay, Hyksos people, again, they were the invaders and they brought chariots. Okay, now we're going to see the New Kingdom, moving into the New Kingdom. Yes, ma'am. Yep. The New Kingdom we're going to see begin. Exodus 1:8 says this: Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. Okay, so we're going to see a new king. And we're not 100% sure, obviously, from the Bible. Yes, sir. Quickly. Obviously, we're not 100% sure, but by historians and obviously the use of the Bible, as we learned in chapel, the new king may have been Amos the First. Amos the First. This is a Theban prince who founded the New Kingdom. He drove those Hyksos people out and attempted to erase their memory from Egypt. This including the oppression of the Hebrews. Yes, ma'am. Quickly. Okay, so know these leaders and which kingdom they began with. Okay, again, Amos the First is the one with the New Kingdom. Amos the First was the first monarch of the powerful 18th dynasty. He drove the Hyksos out of Egypt and attempted to erase again from their memories. They didn't want to remember the Hyksos people. These measures included the oppression and persecution of the Hebrews, who were Semites, like the despised Hyksos. It was possible during the reign of Amenhotep the First, or Thutmose the First, that this happened. Okay, Amos's successors, that Moses was born. Okay, Moses was born in the time of Amos's successors. Okay, but we're going to see the next person. Moses' foster mother may have been, okay, none other than Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut. This is the daughter of Thutmose the First, the only female pharaoh. Remember the story of Moses? We're not going to go through it all right now. Because the pharaoh was going to kill all the babies of the Hebrews because basically they were growing too large. Israelites were expanding, too many people, population, so Egyptians became frightened or fearful that the Israelites would rise against them because of numbers. So the pharaoh decreed that they would kill all the Hebrew babies. Okay, so with this, you have Miriam. Moses' sister, put him in a basket, put him down a river. Long story short, the princess of Egypt at the time, which might have been this Hatshepsut, okay, which was the daughter of Thutmose I, which later became a female pharaoh. But she's the one who is said to find Moses in the basket and then raise him in the kingdom of Egypt. Okay, she is a strong-willed daughter of Thutmose I. Hatshepsut was a female pharaoh. She ruled jointly with her nephew, Thutmose III, for about 20 years. Okay, continuing with the New Kingdom. Okay, we also have, so this New Kingdom is also referred to as the Egyptian Empire because it reestablished its empire in Asia. Okay, remember the Hyksos people drove Egypt back basically just to their country land, their mainland, so their empire was dwindled down. But under this time and in this New Kingdom, we're going to see Egypt expanded their empire farthermore into a little bit of this Asia or Mesopotamia area. We're going to see this under Thutmose III, the nephew. Okay, he extended Egypt's borders to their farthest extent and brought the Egyptian empire to the greatest height. Thutmose III. Yes, sir. Yep, sorry. Okay, so Thutmose III, the nephew that we just mentioned, he took Egypt back into its farthest extent, or the farthest land, the largest land that they ruled over. Good? This is Thutmose III. So maybe like the grandson of Thutmose I. Or the great-grandson, sorry. Okay.
Know that when they have when there's like Philip the Third, it doesn't necessarily mean that his father and grandfather
It's true.
were also Philip. It's just other Philips that have been
It's
there.
true. That's why I just said it possibly could have been the great-grandson.
That's why it's like
But not, we don't know. All right. Ancestry.com just doesn't go back that far, you know what I'm saying? All right, but under this New Kingdom, we're going to see a great leader come back again. Just like we just mentioned, this doesn't mean that this is like the son or grandson or great-grandson, but it could have just been someone with that name. Maybe it's a popular name in Egypt. But we have Amenhotep II. Amenhotep II. Okay, this is going to be the son and successor of Thutmose III. Okay, he may have been pharaoh during this Hebrew exodus, the time of when the Hebrews are in Egypt. During the reign of Amenhotep IV, Egypt entered into a period of decline and lost much of its Asian empire again. Okay, so first we have Amenhotep II. Yes, sir.
What does Exodus mean?
Like Exodus, like the time of Exodus.
Just like a time period.
Yes. Then you have Amenhotep IV. Okay, this is when Egypt entered into this period of decline. Okay, so it's losing all of its empire again. And this is going to be under the 19th and 20th century. Okay, comprise what we know as the later New Kingdom. Okay, so it's still the New Kingdom, but this is going to be later. It's kind of falling apart. This happens to Egypt a lot. They fall apart, then they grow back. They fall apart, they grow back. Okay. But under this later New Kingdom, so after they've kind of fallen back just as a normal country again, we're going to see under this outstanding monarch, Ramses II. Ramses II. He was the most outstanding monarch. He fought the Hittites and sponsored much building activity. Okay, near the end of this 20th century, under Ramses II, the Egyptians were beset by invasions of Libyans, which were known as sea people. This could have been like people like we know in the Bible called Philistines, people maybe from that Phoenicia area at the time. So it wouldn't have been Phoenicians at the time, but that area. See people that would have came from the water down to Egypt. And this is where we're going to see Egypt entered upon a long eclipse and never regained cultural or political dominance in the Middle East. So under Ramses II, we're going to see the last time Egypt was a dominant power. Okay? So now we're going to see Egypt being controlled by foreign domination. Okay? Foreign princesses ruled over Egypt. Okay? We're going to see a time period of Egypt just being ruled by other countries. Yes, ma'am. We're going to see the time of Egypt being ruled by other nations. Okay, they'll still kind of be their own country, but ruled by other nations, foreign rulers. So first came the people of Libyans, these sea people. This was followed by the Sudanese. Also the Assyrians ousted the Sudanese. Okay, so again, we're going through all these different kingdoms that just ruled over Egypt. Here we go. We have the Libyans, the Sudanese. Then we're going to see the Assyrians. And then the Persians. And then most importantly, what we're talking about next chapter is Egypt's going to later be under the control of Alexander the Great, which conquered Egypt in 332 BC. Alexander the Great. Okay, a great city called Alexandria, Egypt, was the most important city in Alexander the Great. Okay, so this famous city, most important city of Alexander's empire in Egypt was Alexandria, Egypt. This is the most important city in Alexander the Great's empire. Okay, it was famous for its great library, which held a collection of over 700,000 ancient scrolls. And for the lighthouse of Alexandria, which was a 440-foot-high marble tower that was one of the wonders of the ancient world. Okay, remember we've talked about a few of the 7 wonders. Okay, we have the Hanging Gardens, we had obviously the pyramids and Sphinx, and now we have this lighthouse. Okay, so first, why is Alexandria famous? It's famous for its library, 700,000 ancient scrolls. But not only was it famous for this library, but it is also famous for the lighthouse of Alexandria.
Is that library still here today?
It's a good question.
It was burned down.
I highly doubt it. But to be honest, I don't know.
Yeah, because Alexandria was destroyed.
Probably not all of them. I have no idea. They might have rewritten some things. What? Not right now. You can look it up later. That's something you can look up later. Probably not. Since this is like before Christ, probably not. Okay. Shh. Quiet. Okay, we have the Lighthouse of Alexandria, which was a 440-foot high marble tower and was, again, one of the wonders of the ancient world. Yep. With a fire, so this lighthouse had a fire burning, pitch, and a giant reflective mirror. The Lighthouse of Alexandria could cast its light 35 miles across the sea. This lighthouse stood over 1,000 years, again, to answer your question, Ricky, before being destroyed by an earthquake. Okay. Also, to answer your other question, the Great Library was also destroyed. It was possibly destroyed by Julius Caesar's siege in 47 BC, before Christ, and later acts of warfare. So like I said, they might still have a few documents. Maybe it's written in the Greek because it was taken over and destroyed by the Romans. Shh. It was in Alexandria that the Old Testament was translated, like I just mentioned, into Greek. So maybe some of the other documents were translated into Greek as well. Okay? These are known as the Septuagint, which is the Greek translation of the Hebrew Old Testament. It was translated in Alexandria. The Septuagint. Okay, quiet. We're almost done. Then we can review for the quiz. Okay, lastly, we're going to see, okay, Alexander the Great led through this time period. He was a great leader, extended his empire that we're going to talk about next chapter to far and great lands. But we're going to see after Alexander's death, we have Ptolemy, which is one of his generals. Ptolemy. Ptolemy is one of his generals. He gained control of Egypt and established a Hellenistic or Greek dynasty that ruled until Cleopatra's suicide and the Roman conquest in 30 BC. Okay, Egypt became part of the Roman Empire and later a part of the Arab world, during which time the Arabic language and the Islamic religion became dominant in the land of the Nile. Okay, that was Ptolemy. Yes, ma'am. Cleopatra? It's a good question. I don't know. I didn't really care to look it up.
That statue is like the face I make when somebody accused me of breaking something.
All right, so this is Ptolemy. Shh, we're almost done. But then during the Middle Ages, the new capital of Egypt. You guys still need this one?
Yeah.
Ptolemy.
Cleopatra didn't kill herself. It was a murder.
The world may never know.
It's Marilyn Monroe's death.
Get the notes down. Everyone good?
No.
Okay, again, this is Ptolemy, one of Alexander the Great's generals. Okay, then we have the capital of Egypt, Cairo. This became the new capital of Egypt during the Middle Ages. It became the center of Egyptian life and one of the great cities of the Arab world. Okay, that is the end of the note. So get that note down. We do have a quiz tomorrow. We do have a quiz tomorrow.
Wait, you have that keychain, the higher Colin? Wait, you were there?
What? I was there. I was in
You
college.
were there? Whoa, I might have seen you before I even knew you.
No, I have a keychain like that too, but it got really dirty.
Shh. All right, if you want to review for the quiz, we need quiet. Okay, this was the end of the chapter. We're going to have a quiz over this chapter, specifically over pages 45 to 51. Okay, they're all short answer. 10 questions, they're all short answer this time. Okay, sadly, I'm not going to give you any answers this time, but I will give you some of the questions that are on there. You'll have to do the research and studying for yourself. No homework, it's Wednesday, just studying for the quiz. Okay, so you have questions like, who was the first pharaoh of the United Egypt? So maybe write, first pharaoh, United Egypt. So you can go back in your notes and find it later. Also something like, what is Egyptian writing called?
Hieroglyphics.
That one's real easy, hieroglyphics.
Knew it.
Not hydroglyphics, hyro.
Same thing, it's close enough.
No, it's very big difference.
Another easy one. What's the teenage pharaoh tomb that was discovered in 1922? You don't have to have his whole name, just King Tut is fine. Remember the teenage pharaoh that they found his tomb, King Tut. Remember we talked about the teenage pharaoh that they found that golden tomb. We had a picture of it. That was King Tut. His whole name is Tutankhamen, but you can just have King Tut. Tutankhamen. All right, here you go. Also, if we're going to talk, I'm just not going to give you a review. Should be no talking. All right, what Frenchman was able to decipher the hieroglyphics of the Rosetta Stone? We talked about a Frenchman.
The first one who made it.
Napoleon's
Example
men.
of the land.
I'm not telling you the answer. You got to find it. It's in your notes.
How dare you?
You could just put Frenchman that deciphered hieroglyphics.
Frenchman.
Napoleon.
I did.
Okay, we only have a few more minutes. Name the Greek father of history who called Egypt the gift of the Nile. So you could put Greek. He's known as the father of history, called Egypt the gift of the Nile. Remember that was in the notes as well. You have to go back and find the answer. Then, like we just talked about, it's even still on the screen. What city became the center of Egyptian life? There you go. Way to go, Adrian.
Smart. Easy 100.
Another question. What structure best symbolized the Egyptian concept of state and society? Another easy one. Who was a female pharaoh of Egypt that ruled jointly with her nephew? Yes. Remember the one that found Moses? Yes, sir.
What was the question?
It was who is the female pharaoh of Egypt that ruled jointly with her nephew? Remember, she ruled with Thutmose, I think the third.
Was like hop.
It was like Hatshepsut or something like that. Hatshepsut. Something like that. Again, the spelling can be a little off, but I have to be able to know what you're saying. And lastly, last question I'm going to give, which is almost all 10, is who was the most outstanding monarch of the later New Kingdom? We just talked about him. Who was it? What? Nope. Ramses the what? Make sure you know the right one. If you only have Ramses, you'll get half credit. I'm not telling you this. You got to go back in your notes. Find the answers for yourself. Study. Who was the most outstanding monarch of the later New Kingdom? All right, that's literally almost the whole quiz. I almost gave you the whole exact quiz. Not word for word, but pretty close. Okay, that will be tomorrow, so be ready for that. There's no homework. It is Wednesday. So distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. Hope you guys have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, why? Welcome to geometry. We're going to get started right into 1.24 and 1.25. We did originally have a quiz scheduled for today. We're going to postpone that until tomorrow for a couple of reasons. The first of which is I misread which quiz it was, and so I misled you on what it was over. Okay, so that's my fault. The other is because it's not done. All right, so tomorrow you'll have quiz 5 over 1.15 to 1.17. It will not be open supplement, okay, and it is not constructions, it is all terms. Okay, now, just as a heads up, then Friday you will have quiz 6 over 118 to 121. That is constructions, that is open supplement. All right, we good?
What is it over again?
Tomorrow's is quiz 5 over 110 and 111. And Friday's is over 118 to 121. All right, so we're going to take those quizzes later on in the week. And then we will still have that quiz on Friday regardless, because that quiz is, or this class is before dismissal. This poor computer is like barely running the stream right now. Hopefully it's fine. My laptop can handle it better. Anyway, moving on.
I miss you, Andrew.
Shh.
Just force them out. Like, if you don't come back, they kick out of school.
Okay. So we're talking about constructions 7 and 8. We're on 1.24 and 1.25 today. So first of all, 1.24, constructing a triangle with a side and adjacent angles. So we're on page 26 of your supplement. Bottom of page 35, top of page 36 of your textbook. And let's get right into this. So we're going to be given a side and 2 angles. So let's just go ahead and draw ourselves a side and 2 angles. Because what else would we do? Yep. Kind of. And let me explain. There is a limit to what you can actually draw triangles with. So that may occur where you could actually create an impossible triangle by accident. So, but you'll normally be given these, so you don't have to worry about that.
So that's what we're drawing?
Yes. Okay, so this is your given. Okay, I'll call this angle A, this shall be angle B, and this shall be line AB.
Hold on a sec.
No. Then I'm going to draw a working line MN. And then I'll pause after this. Just everyone chill. Okay, because this is step 1. Or this isn't step 1, but we need a working line MN.
Can we draw any angle as well, like this angle?
Again, keep it reasonable, because it is possible to create an impossible triangle.
Okay, so I'm gonna like kind of do exactly what you did.
All right, so this here is point A. Why? Because I said so. I know it sounds arrogant, but it's really not. It's just why it works. There's a lot in math that sounds really arrogant, and then you realize, no, it's just a statement of fact.
I just like that one statement you told us.
Yeah. It's generally where we start, yes.
I think I'm very smart, therefore you are dumb.
Hey, you guys have
No.
glasses, Mr. S?
What?
You guys have glasses?
Yeah, yes, well, yes, but they're not like new prescription or anything.
Nice.
Because I only need them for reading, so like Amazon.
I like the frames, G.
Cool. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to copy over segment AB. So we're going to use our compass in a move that no one saw coming and copy over AB.
Mr. S, biggest cinematic reveal of all time.
Can you imagine if math class was made like a movie? All right, anyway.
That'd be
Dun, dun, dun.
Soundtrack to everything. All right, we're moving on.
Wait, Mr. S, I have actually clear on something.
Yeah.
Did you put it on A or N?
I put it on A. Now, again, in reality, I never label it M. I just make the left side A. But, like, for the sake of matching the textbook diagram exactly, I'm doing it this way this time. In the future, I'll never do it this way. Well, I do it the same method, but I don't do it showing every single part labeled perfectly. All right, then we're going to copy angle A, and we're going to construct it at point A. Does that make sense? Because it's angled, not a side, so it goes with the point.
So we're gonna measure angle A?
Yes, so we're going to copy angle A using the previous construction that we've learned about how to do that. So all we do is first of all hold the compass correctly. And then we put the point down on the point of our angle. We make sure our compass is small enough to where we can hit both sides of our angle. And we copy that distance over on point A, leaving ourselves plenty of room to hit. Okay, then I measured the distance on angle A itself from my 2 points of intersection. Okay, see, just like that, just copying the distance. And then I come down here and I copy the distance.
So my protractor keeps slipping.
Wait, what did you do after you when you measured angle?
So we drew this original arc, made an arc the same radius over here. Then we changed our compass and measured from here to here. And then we connected, and then we made ourselves an intersection. Does that make sense? We copied that same distance over. Then I'm going to create.
Hold on a sec.
Nope. All I'm doing is connecting dots. Okay, you'll notice I'm going straight through. You don't necessarily have to go through A. I'm purposely just giving myself a ton of room up top to hit.
Wait, I don't understand. I think I just wrong because my angle meant
Yeah, neither am mine.
Okay, then watch me copy angle B because it's the same process. Fair enough? All right. So we're going to copy angle B over.
Oh, never mind. I just realized what I did wrong.
So I'm going to make my initial arc. And then this time I'm going on the inside because I'm trying to make a triangle. Okay? In other words, the two angles need to be pointing in toward each other. Goodness. All right. Then we're going to copy, without stabbing the camera, then we're going to copy angle B, or the point distance between the intersections.
Oh my god, I literally hate this compass so much. It keeps slipping, so I can't measure these.
Real quick pro tip on that, by the way, if your compass is slipping, make sure you're on like a pad of paper so you can push your compass into the page and make a little hole.
Wait, I don't get this. I don't get this at all. I'm confused.
I
Because you have to draw the angle before you have to draw completely angle A before you can draw angle B.
Okay, then I'm going to connect these lines, or these dots. And now I have a triangle with the correct base angles and the correct base.
Wait, so you measured angle B, right?
And then you mark it using that as your center. There you go.
Oh, I was so confused. I thought you had to put it on these. And then I connect them.
Then when you measure this distance, you start here. And then hit it. And then when you extend the lines, you'll create a triangle.
I forgot. Was I supposed to make it this long or like this long?
You're supposed to measure it between the 2 points of intersection.
Oh, okay, yeah. I forgot what to do. Okay, so let me fix this.
Yep.
I don't know what happened.
Yes, I'm going to get through that in just a minute. No, there's no point in complicating the drawing.
Well, no, I mean like up here on the top, and then back into zero.
Nope, you just leave it. All right, so all we have left to do is to mark this as point C. This is angle A, this is angle B, and then we're done. All right, triangle ABC is our required triangle. Correct. This is construction 7.
Stress. You want to stress like this?
Hmm?
Why do you make it so
Mhm.
big? Mine's so small.
Are you ready? My
That's
friend
better for
John?
examples when they're bigger.
And mine's small too.
You get what I'm saying? So when it's bigger, you can tell like exactly what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go on to construction 8 then. So on the next page of your supplement, on the bottom of page 36 for your text, let's talk about constructing a triangle with two sides and an included angle. Okay, what we mean by included is that it's in between the two sides. So I'm going to measure the length of one side, measure my angle, measure the length of the other side, and then that's how that will work. So step 1, well, first of all, let's give ourselves a working line. Okay, let's have somewhere to copy this.
Does the size of the line matter?
No.
Does it matter which one the size it is?
Correct. I just literally made random lengths and angles.
Oh no, my leg.
So step 1 is to open the compass the length of C and mark off the distance on MN, and we'll label that AB. Okay, so we're going to copy this length over. As soon as I can actually open my compass that big. Seems right. All right, let's mark this as point A. You'll notice I usually use lines instead of dots to mark points. The reason for that is not because the point is taller, but because it's a lot more precise where I'm cutting the line. Okay, that's why I do that. And then, so now that I've copied over, or now that I've got the distance C on my compass, we're going to copy it over at point A and mark off point B.
Dude, those girls just said yeah like 6 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you hear that, Miss Grace? Wait, we measure line C from line
Yes.
B?
Remember, yeah, it's opposite side. Yep, there we go. Yes.
You measured line C and put it on A.
Yeah, remember the sides are opposite their vertices, the points. So this is side C, lowercase. Okay, then we need to construct angle A. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and copy angle A over, and we're putting that on point A because, again, the angle needs to be with it. So making an arc. Okay, and then going to measure the distance. Whoops, hello. On that arc. Oh goodness, I could have made myself a nice big angle to work with. Nope, I give myself this little tiny thing.
Wait, I copied you.
You know what, Mr. S, you're the real champ here. Don't let anybody else tell you otherwise.
Don't let anyone else have it so good.
It's true.
Okay, so there we go. There's the mark for copying down angle A. Now, before I connect the dots, yes.
So what did you do for number A?
Okay, I copied this
Number A?
to here because the sides are opposite their points and triangles. Angles are attached to their points and triangles. So I'm copying angle A onto point A. Correct. I'm about to do that right now. All right, so before I draw the lines for angle C, I need to copy the distance for side B because this is an included angle. Okay, which means that it's going to be included between B and C. So I need to copy the length B. All right, so I'm going to open the compass to the length of B. Now you have to pay attention to which compass marks are which on here. This is one of the trickier ones. That seems right. A little more. Okay. So now also on point A, because again, side B will be opposite point B. Okay. I'm going to give myself a nice big arc for me to hit once I connect the sides of my triangle. This will be my end line or end spot for line B. This will make more sense once I do it. Okay, so eyes on the screen, so that way you don't like blink and then miss everything, because that's what happens in math class.
All the time, sir.
Okay, I'm going to start at that arc and connect my two dots. And then all I have to do is connect that same point to point B and label the C. This is the required triangle. This is angle A, this is side B, this is side A, and side C over here. But yes, this has all the required pieces. So now triangle ABC is my required triangle. Obviously this became an obtuse angle because I chose a very small angle A and a short side C.
I got a right angle.
That's fine. You have different measurements. It's not necessarily, it will create obtuse. Mine just is. What? Looks right.
Oh, I got the same thing. Question: why do you have A for a straight up line, then A for a line, and A for angle?
Because it's how geometry works.
Okay.
Because to differentiate, if it's capital, I know it's a point. If it's lowercase, I'll say line A or angle A. If you, yeah. So like this angle A would very clearly be talking about this.
Mine literally looks the exact same as yours almost.
And then if I just have this, that means line A. This means point A. Good.
Bum, 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 bum. Dun, dun, dun.
All right.
Is that all we're doing today?
1.26.
Does this look right, Gabby?
That's 3.
I know. 1.26. I'm taking a little extra today, so that way tomorrow we can focus on the quiz. Because that one's going to take a little longer, I think. I don't know.
Isn't it construction?
No. Tomorrow's terms.
Not free period now?
All right. Nope. All right. Let's get on to 1.26.
You said 2 sections and then a free period.
This one's short. Promise.
He's like, by 2 seconds, I mean 2 chapters. Haha.
Okay. Have a seat, Gabby.
Thank you, Gabby.
Thank you. 1.26. The reliability of nearly all discoveries and constructions made so far has depended solely on the accuracy of the instruments used in measuring and the accuracy of the eye in using these instruments. Neither the instruments nor the eye is infallible, however. We often find errors in works due solely to one or both of these factors. For this reason, while we may feel reasonably sure that the discoveries made on the previous pages are true, we are never absolutely certain of them because of this possibility of error. Now, let me explain. These constructions do work. We can prove that it is possible to perform them correctly. Yes. And so we can say, assume that I did this correctly in a proof, and then it illustrates this. We can do that, okay? And we'll prove why these constructions work in later sections. But I want to point out why we can never, ever base on the construction or drawing for a proof. Okay? I can never look at something and says, that looks like a 90-degree angle. Even with a protractor, everything exactly lined up. I still cannot rely on it being a right angle unless I'm told it's a right angle. Hold on. And here's why. Let's look at exercises 1.26. Okay? In each of the following drawings, tell which is longer, A or B. So which is longer in this first set, A or B? Okay, let's compare.
Hey, some of these axioms are.
Oh, it's an optical illusion.
We'll get to it in a minute. We'll get to it. Okay, ready? Ready? Yep, they're equal. All right, what about this one? What about the set of A and B?
Witchcraft.
What about this A and B? Yep,
He's wrong.
they are the exact same length. What about this A and B? Yep, that's kind of the point. Okay, now what about the last one?
It's the same. No, it's different. A is longer. Don't play with me right now.
Watch, like sometime in Salem, like in the 60s.
Ready?
some
They're
old
not.
guy
Ready?
showed it to him. He's a witch.
They're the same. He fixed it.
You're a
Okay, let me explain. That last one is
witch trial.
silence. Guys, let me explain. Okay, that last one in particular is really easy to explain as an optical illusion. The rest of these are kind of obvious to tell that just the other lines are messing with us. This one is kind of hard to tell it's an optical illusion, but here's the deal. You've probably never noticed it. Let's not do that. You've probably never noticed it until right now. or right as I tell you, your field of vision is wider than it is taller.
What's that supposed to mean?
You can see more from left to right than you can up and down, even without the mask.
Because of the peripheral vision.
Yeah, because of peripheral vision and the fact that you have two eyeballs horizontally laid out on your head.
Oh, what if they were on top of each other?
Okay, we're moving on.
That way you can't see
Okay,
red.
this is why, hey guys, listen up. Hey, I want to connect a lot of dots here, so help me out. Okay? The reason that's so critically important, or the reason, we use this to our advantage though, and so let me explain a couple ways we use this to our advantage. You'll notice I have two screens, okay, up here. There's a reason I lay them side by side and not vertically, although you could. Because it's easier for me to look left to right quick than up and down. Because I have more field of vision.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, so now, also, okay, moving on.
Move faster.
Okay, so have you guys noticed that cinema screens have gotten wider and wider and wider throughout history?
Yeah, that's true.
We're taking advantage of that field of vision. You see, when television first started, it was very much square, or close to it. And then quickly it standardized to 4:3, where it's a little wider than it is tall, but that's about as much as they could take it until they discovered anamorphic lenses. Okay, and that allowed us to go to 16:9. And now with modern cinema, they can go to 2.22:1. And then now they're, don't worry about it. That's the ultra wide screen, where even on a wide screen like this, it still has the bars on top and bottom. Okay. Yeah, but in the theater, it looks amazing. Okay.
Last time I was watching a documentary on it.
All right.
Toy Story 4 was
Yeah, that's also the reason for the curvature, but that's not the point of this. Hey, listen up. Listen up. The reason for that trend to get it wider and wider and wider is because that's how the human field of vision is. Okay, even computer screens, you can see it. We've gone from those old standard ones, okay, to even when we went to LCD, they were still like squares. Then we went to widescreen. Now you got even where they have what's called ultra wides. I don't know if you guys have seen those, where they're the really wide monitors.
also the curved ones.
Yeah, and the bigger they are, the more curved they tend to be, because then it naturally follows the curve of your vision, so everything's at the same focal length. Okay, that's the idea. So the reason for that increase in width is because it's naturally a wider field of view for us, so it can make something more immersive. Okay, now the reason why this then looks funky, because you can see more horizontally than you can vertically, the same distance appears smaller horizontally because it's less of a percentage than the same length of vertically. By the way, this is also why time moves faster as you age, because 1 year to a little kid is a significant percentage of their life, and as you get older, it becomes less and less and less of a percentage. It's still significant, but let me put it this way, okay? Jeremiah, how old are you? 15. Okay, so just bear with me then. So Jeremiah, for Jeremiah, 1 year is 1/15 of his life. For my son Silas, it's 1/7. For my youngest Titus, it's, oh goodness. It's 1/3 of his life.
How old is he?
3. Okay,
Already?
I think, yeah,
Dang.
doing good. Anyway, okay, so you guys get the point? Okay, now versus me, where 1 year is 1/30 of my life.
Whoa.
It's exactly. 1 year is twice as long to you as it is to me.
Wait, that's crazy.
This is why when your parents are talking about how fast time has flown, it's because as you get older, years literally start to go by faster to you because it's less and less of a percentage of your life.
Wait, that's scary.
Time actually starts moving faster. Okay, we're moving on. Or it starts feeling faster. Let's put it that
We
way.
were probably doing geometry when we were being born. Do you realize that?
All right, number 2.
If you guys had children in high school, it could have been us.
No. Number 2.
Doesn't work like that.
Guys. Shh. Number 2.
Enough mind
In
games.
figure 1 below is CD the extension of AB.
Yes! I don't even
And then in figure 2, which lines are extensions one of the other?
figure two. What?
Okay? So let's line it up and see which ones actually line up.
I don't know.
You're hurting my head.
Wait.
So that one works.
No, what really hurt my head is that he was doing
Okay, now watch. Do you see how this lines up with the second line?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And this lines up with the third line.
Actually, it looks like they all line up. I can't even tell.
Yeah.
In figure 1, are the lines parallel?
Yes, they
Whoa,
are.
these are like sausages.
Okay.
They are parallel.
These are in fact parallel. Like in my mind, I'm actually trying to apply the curve to the ruler, and like that's not working. Anyway,
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
see, they're parallel. In A and B, well, they are actually congruent. It's just because you have the inside of a curve here, it makes this one look bigger. Okay, I'm not going to actually go through and trace this on paper and put it on A, but you could. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Now, number 4. Listen. Compared to this point, whose nose is closer, A or C?
Hey, it's A. Don't play with me.
Stop screaming, you're scared.
Okay, ready?
They're the same.
It's
It's
B
the
and C.
same.
No way.
From nose to nose.
Oh my God. It's
Oh, A is closer?
Wait,
No,
what?
it's C.
Whoa!
A is closer.
No, it's not. C is.
I bet I done screwed up this time.
C is actually closer.
Yeah, I know.
Because that's the points here are distance from the point of A to point of B. C is closer, or C's nose is closer to B's nose than A's nose.
Hey! Oh my gosh.
This is the distance from A to B.
Mr. S, this is too complicated for simple minds.
This is the distance from A to B applied to this. C is closer.
No. Take your cup.
All right, number 5. Are these two circles the same size?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
No. No.
That's clearly saying.
They're not the same.
Yep, exactly.
That's a lie. It's a fat lie.
Okay, this is why we cannot use a drawing as a proof. We have to go through and state proofs.
Why does it say
So
flower
what we're
seconds?
gonna,
Doesn't look like a
please
flower.
have a seat.
The outside
Please have a
and the
seat.
one are the same as the middle and the
Please have a seat. Thank you.
I just wanna, like, crack it.
Okay. Now, here's the reason why I show this. Hey, listen up. Here's the reason I show this other than the fact that it's in the textbook. Okay? Well, anyway. Because then that explains why we need the next section and the next few chapters. We have to do it through proofs because we can't trust drawings. Our mind plays tricks on us. So just because it looks like it's a right angle or a straight angle or whatever else have you, it may not necessarily be. So we have to be able to prove things without relying on a drawing. Okay? Make sense?
Is that why, like, if you can, like, look at, like, those roofs like that, you can, like, see things in them? Is that, like,
Sure. Oh. Okay.
eyes are whack.
No, if you stare at that for long enough, you can start
Douglas.
to see
Thank you. So here's the deal with that. Okay? The next section, which we'll either cover tomorrow after the quiz, Friday after the quiz, or probably both, or realistically Tuesday when we get back. Okay? All that's going to be laying groundwork so we don't have to rely on drawings anymore. And that's really where I was going with this. Okay? So we finished our constructions. They're very important for proofs, but we cannot use them as proofs. And I hope you guys can see why now. All right? I will see you guys, distance learners, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Keep in mind, quiz 5 is tomorrow, and I'll see you all later.
Okay, class, time to get started here. DLs, good to see you again. Hopefully you're hearing and with us. Okay, class, what's being passed out right now, and DLs, you can go ahead and start on this too. It's an open book quiz number 4, I believe, right? Yeah. Okay, so what you don't finish class today in class becomes your homework tonight, okay? So I know it's Wednesday, but see what you can, make sure you get it done. Okay. Pardon? Okay, you also need to take out a piece of paper and a pencil or writing utensil. This quiz was for another day, so we're still doing that today. Okay. I haven't seen any of the DLs come online yet, so hopefully they are listening, and it looks like I'm all hooked up. So, thank you. Okay, take out a piece of paper, turn that quiz 4 over. Do not be working on it right now. Put it away. You can work on it during class or whatever, but not right now. Okay? Okay, good to see you, Giselle. Hopefully Andrew's on watching. Okay, here is your reading quiz. So do not be working on quiz 4 while this is going on. Make sure it's turned over, okay, off to the side. Quiz or reading quiz. Guess it would help me to put this in. Okay, there it is. 8 questions. Shh. Shh. Boys, reading quiz. Reading quiz.
Can we just do it on the back of our plate?
No?
Oh, really?
Actually, I don't care. That's fine.
Wait, you said we can't?
Ricky, have a seat. Reading quiz right now.
Oh, okay.
We can?
You can do it on the back, yes.
Quiz, open book.
It will be. Not now. Turn it over. Thank you. DLs, it's hard to tell whether you are finished or not. Actually, it's impossible unless you text me and say you're finished or send me the picture. But said all that to say this, that the quiz may go off the picture before you are finished. Okay? So I guess at that point it's just whatever you have gotten done and corrected, or correct at the point that I go offline, or not offline but off picture, and put the answers up. Okay, so no cheating, no writing down the answers when you're done. Okay, but it's hard to tell when you're done, but most likely you're probably done about the same time that they are, so I don't think we've had a problem with that scenario. Anybody not finished? Jaden still working? Okay. Well, that's up for debate, to be honest. Yeah.
What does that mean?
We're and DLs, you may just listen to this too. Shh, quiet. On Friday, we're supposed to have a minimum day, which means that this class would only have about 10 minutes of it. But Mr. S, older S, is looking at the schedule and trying to determine, instead of having a junior high lunch and then we turn around and dismiss them, he wants to have everybody to have a class that hour, which is last hour, I think, or the hour before that. Okay, hold on. Adrian, have a seat. You got until I finish talking about this to do the quiz. What you don't get done, you don't get credit for. Okay? Okay, so since it interferes with our class, there's a couple options. Our class may be bumped up to a different hour, which would be our, well, last hour, 11 to 11:40, okay? And it's all up to younger S, because he has your math class, and whether he wants to do, I don't know. Anyway, there is a possibility that we still may have this class on Friday, but DLs, we'll let you know exactly if that's the case or not. Probably, definitely by tomorrow, okay? So we may have it on Friday, we may not, okay? If we have it on Friday, we'll just continue on with what we're doing next, and then we'll go on, okay? Okay, besides Adrian, anybody not finished? Okay. Here we go with the answers. Looks like 2 and 4 are false. Okay. Shh. Okay, DLs, I'm going to take the points here from the class, so just bear with me just a minute. Quiet. I'll call your name. Jaden? How many did you get right? 5? Okay, Derek? Isaac? Andrew? Adam? 5? Shh. Amethyst? How many right? Kind of hard to do this without glasses. I don't want to put them on because it's hard. Austin.
I got 8. All of them correct.
Maya. Okay. Jeremiah. Yeah. Savannah's absent. Adrian, or no? Would you be quiet? Sorry, Adrian. Sounded like you, but my fault. My bad. Doug?
7 out of
8?
8. 7 out of 8.
Okay. Sophia? Yuvia?
7.
Lilina? Adrian? I wished I could say it like you do. Adrian!
Here, whenever you want to yell his name, I got you.
Okay.
Adrian!
That was good. Giselle, DLs, we're just having a little bit of fun right there. We're having just a little bit of fun right now, so bear with us, okay? Okay. Gabby. Oh. Okay, have a seat. 8. Okay. Lacey. Shh. Quiet down. Quiet down. Amethyst. Amethyst, please. Have a seat. Okay. Hey, learn. Everybody learn. Hey, learn.
Mom, my phone. I'm taking my shirt.
Learn when to have fun and when to just stop. Okay? Lacey. Jesse. Rick. Avery. Okay. Okay. Let's get into this lesson today then. Now what? Sorry, DLs, I had to, never mind. Pick something off the floor. Okay, what about quizzes? You may be working on it during class. It's basically homework. It's an open book, okay? What you don't get done today, you take home and do it, okay? But we need to keep going with this. So let's do a review real quick. Shh. What is the change in position or displacement divided by time? Yep, velocity. Okay. Shh. Douglas. Don't start something. What is any change in velocity or a change in speed, direction, or both? Yes. Shh. Thank you. Acceleration. Girls. What's the change in velocity per unit time? You almost had it. Sounded like you were going to say it. Average acceleration. Looked like you said it. Okay. Okay, that's it for the review today, because we didn't go over much yesterday as far as terms. Newton's laws of motions. What? No, you had plenty of time. Okay, so first of all, a little bit of background here, some general facts. Before modern science philosophers, okay, or before modern science, I should have put out a comma there. Philosophers believed that objects moved because they wanted to. Okay? Now, with what Ben Shetler was kind of saying today, this kind of fits into that scenario that people say and believe what they want to believe for no reason at all. Okay? For example, like this. Objects moved in the past just because they wanted to move. Okay? Or because it was their nature to move. Okay? No rhyme or reason of why, but just because. It was Galileo that recognized that motion, can be described in terms of speed, velocity, and acceleration. Okay? Just a sec. When I look at myself, I like to see all the picture, not half of it, not my head. Okay, just had to adjust that so you can see. Okay, so, shh, Douglas. Where was I? So anyway, he recognized that motion can be described in terms of speed, velocity, acceleration, and that forces determined how objects moved. Okay? So he's taking that and he says, no, that doesn't make sense. You guys are ridiculous in your theories. There's got to be something that's causing this to happen. Some force out there. Something's moving it. Okay? Isaac Newton built on Galileo's thoughts, okay, and formulated the 3 laws of motions, which we're going to talk about 2 of them today, which accurately describe how objects do move. Okay? He wrote a book called Principia. Okay? In long term, it's Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematis. Okay, pretty good, huh? I thought so. I know. Okay, in this book, shut up. In this book, no, thank you, I appreciate it. In this book, did you make it? There's an interruption. Okay, he's describing his laws of motion and the universal gravitation. But this is key to know. Who wrote Principia? That was Isaac Newton. So, the first law. Objects do not move independently. Okay? An object doesn't move just because it's there. Okay? Everybody put your pens, pencils on the table. DLs, put your pen or pencil on whatever you're looking at, whatever you're working on. Okay? Now, look at your writing utensil on the table. Make it move without your hand.
Oh, it's just the thread, you know.
Without shaking the table. Okay? No one has the osmosis to cause that object to move without a force behind it. Okay? Now you can pick it up. But you moved the paper moved it, so there was a force.
What about Luke Skywalker
Okay.
and Darth Vader?
That's TV.
Good guys,
Okay? Yes, sir.
One day I didn't bring my invisible thread. This is what we do.
Okay.
Bring it today.
Something as you just noticed, okay, must provide that push or the pull to move that object, okay? Shh. That's called, hey, Gabby, turn around. Douglas, that's 3 times your name. The force, if I go back to you, Douglas, it's a check for today. Start your checks. Gentlemen. Okay, the force. That's the pushing or the pulling action of an object, okay, upon another. So, the picture on the left, let's just kind of talk through these, get your idea here. Picture on the left, what's causing the force?
Luke Skywalker.
Serious answers. The
motor.
picture on the left.
The roller coaster, the motor inside the roller coaster.
The one, okay. When you're on a roller coaster, what's pulling the cars up? The chain, okay? So there's a force that, okay? What's causing the force on the bottom left one?
Gravity.
Okay, gravity is. How about the sailing ship?
The wind is.
Okay, the wind is. It doesn't have to be a physical, tangible object, okay, that's causing the force. It's just the object. And probably also we can just classify the same thing on the last one, right? The parachute. Okay.
But what about like anti-gravity? With anti-gravity, you could put a pen right there and it would stay there, but eventually it would move
Because,
because there's no gravity.
but what's causing it to eventually move?
So like, let's say you put it there and then eventually it would.
You're not answering the question.
Well, it would.
The question is what eventually does make it move?
The weight. Not the weight.
So gravity.
Well, because it would eventually go down, wouldn't it?
Gravity.
But there's it's no gravity.
It's answered.
If it's anti-gravity, there's no gravity. So it would be solar winds that are moving it
Wait, so 0 G?
out there in space.
So,
That's where my mind was going when you were saying that, is out in space.
yeah.
So it'd be the solar winds that would be pushing it to some extent.
But if it's a vacuum, how
Okay.
can it win?
Everywhere in space has wind.
What
Okay.
vacuum?
Let's move on. But good question. Here's your first law. Yes.
I have a quick question. So you know the picture with the boat right there? Can we also count waves as pushing it?
You could. Okay. But the wind's causing the waves. But a trickle effect. Yeah. A trickle effect. Okay. So, the first law of motion, also called the law of inertia. Shh. Okay. It states this. Shh. The velocity of an object does not change unless the object is acted upon by an external force. The pencil that you put on the table and you looked at, and no matter how hard you could look at it, you were not going to move that pencil until you put some kind of force behind it, whether it was like Austin, he put a paper underneath and then moved the paper caused the force, and you pulled the paper, so there was a double force. Okay? It's not going to happen unless a force is behind. Okay? And we're not talking about Skywalker's force. Okay? Okay? The plane. Shh. The plane in, boys, the plane in this picture, what's causing it to move? What's causing the plane in this picture to move? Derek, come around. Is the thrust from the engines, causing it to move forward and fly through the air. Okay? Inertia, since that's the law of inertia, this is what inertia is. The tendency of matter to resist change in motion. Okay? So what's the resistance of this plane? Adrian? Adrian? What's the... Yes. Okay. What's the inertia of this plane? If inertia is this, what's the inertia of this plane? Okay, could be. Could be. Drag. Okay. Okay. Engine's not running. Okay. That's resistant. What if the engines are at full force and the plane's still not going? What's causing the inertia? What? Brakes. The pilot has the brakes on. Okay? So the brakes are causing the inertia, the tendency of matter to resist the change. Okay? This car going up the hill, friction could be the inertia. Gravity could be the inertia. Okay? The car in the blue car. Okay? Okay? Every object wants to stay in its position, and therefore will resist that. Okay? So, because of COVID, I can't do this, but if you take the illustration and think about it, and you know I would do it if I could. If you take two people, put them up here, and I've done it before, okay? If you take two people up here, and one is facing, well, both are facing this way, the one is in behind going to push the one in front, okay? The one in front does not want to move, so he is causing the inertia in whatever manner he can, or she can, okay? To be politically correct. To be. Okay, so the person in behind is doing the force causing the push, okay? That's what we're talking about here, the inertia, the wanting to stay and not move. Examples of this. The acceleration of passengers on a bus or a subway, okay? The inertia of the passengers makes them tend to stay in place while the vehicle moves forward, okay? Just because the vehicle's moving forward doesn't mean you're heading to the back of the bus, Okay? The inertia is staying in your seat. When the vehicle starts forward from rest, what happens? The passengers feel pulled backward, but the inertia is you wanting to stay in your seat, not to fly to the back seat. Okay? So that's what inertia is, the tendency to stay at rest. Okay? Here's the second one. A car traveling at 100 kilometers per hour on level ground. The car does not suddenly stop when the accelerator is released, ignoring the forces of air resistance and friction with the ground. The car will keep moving with the same velocity as while the accelerator was applied. Okay? Even with the engine turned off, okay? And it used to be in cars that you could, and some cars can still do it, that you can be driving down the road and you can turn the engine off and the car is still going. Okay? Nowadays, if you turn the engine off, the brake system starts coming on. Okay? Slowing you down. But before that, you could turn it off and you could coast down, because we used to do this because we wanted to save gas. Okay? So get up on a hill and we'd turn the car off going downhill because it saved gas, and etc. So we could do that. But the car would keep going even though there was no engine force behind it. Okay? The second law. Okay? So y'all got a picture of the first law? Ricky.
It's kind of related to how we're talking about force and like all that. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an unimmovable object?
Okay, say that one last part again.
What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object?
Then there is stoppage total.
Dang.
Okay?
So they cancel each other out then. Basically. Just do it. So an unstoppable object versus an immovable object.
An unstoppable, okay, like a post.
Yeah.
A car hits a post.
Kind of.
Okay? The post is at zero velocity.
Yeah.
So the car hitting the post, what's going to happen? Depending upon how sturdy that post is going to stay, the car's going to, because the velocity wants to keep it going. And the inertia wants to stop it. So it's either going to split the car in half, or it's going to cause the car to move in a different angle. Okay? But inertia is causing it to stop. Okay? The second law describes how objects behave in the absence of force. Okay? Second law of motion is this. The force required to accelerate an object at a certain rate equals the object's mass times the desired acceleration. Okay, so you have these choo-choo trains picture. Okay? The amount of force that's going to require it to accelerate will determine how fast it's going to go. It's going to be equal to the object's speed. Okay? The formula to figure this out is this. Shh, Gabby. Force equals mass times acceleration, or F equals ma. Okay? Force is a vector quantity having both magnitude and the direction. Okay? We determine the answer, the SI unit of this, of force, is what we call Newton. And it's always going to be described as capital N. Okay? In any of your formulas. So whenever you see capital N, you're talking about Newton. So, let's go to some examples. What is the magnitude of the force required to accelerate a 1500, guys, put that away, Okay. A 1,500 kilogram car at 3 meters per second squared. Okay. Since we only need to know the magnitude of the force, we can use equation F equals ma, force equals mass times acceleration, with the scalar magnitudes of force and acceleration. So F and A, rather than the vectors quantities F and Z. Okay, so your formula. F equals ma. F is the, or force, mass is the 1,500. Acceleration is the 3 meters squared. Now you've got to make sure that you square that meter. Okay? You got to square the 3, so that's going to be a 9, guys. So it's 1,500 times 9 giving you 4,500. Okay? But that doesn't make sense with this, does it? Okay? Because 3 times 1,500 is 4,500. That's what your book did. Okay. Converting that to newtons is just your 4,500 newtons. Okay. The second acceleration of an object. Okay. Continuing on with this. Class, please. Okay. The acceleration of an object is directly proportional to the force applied. Okay. So the illustration of the two people standing up here, one pushing the other, the person in front is going to move as fast as the person pushing behind if there's no resistance to it. Okay? If there's no inertia being absorbed or given, then the person in front is going to move as fast as the person behind can move. Okay? That's the first part of this, number 6. Doug?
Is there inertia when you're riding a bike?
Yeah, the pedals, the gears. Okay? The tires themselves, they don't want to move because they don't want to wear out. Okay? But yeah, there is. And so number 7. The acceleration of an object is inversely proportional to the object's mass. Okay? Now, not to say anything about this, but if Doug was to come up here, and Adrian and Adam were to come up here, okay, and we timed how fast Doug could push both of them, different times, to the end of the table, okay, we would probably find that Adrian would get pushed quicker, no offense, but just because you're not the same size as Adam, okay? You're lighter than Adam is, okay? Adam would be more of a resistance, inertia, just because of his weight and size, okay, than Adrian would be. That's number 7. That's what number 7 is. So you have a balanced forces going on scenario. Balanced forces are forces that are of equal strength acting in opposite directions. Okay? You guys like to always do arm wrestling. So you have two arms pulling or pushing against each other of somewhat equal force to start. Okay? The stronger is going to outdo the other. If we had two people, one on each side of my chair, pushing it, okay? When I said go, they started pushing it. And if we had a balanced force, that chair wouldn't move, okay? And as much force as movement that chair gets is the force of the greater being applied to that chair. Adam. May you get what? Yes. We're not turning papers in during lecture anymore. Okay? Guys, keep that in mind. We're not turning in, we're not getting out of our seats without permission during lecture time anymore. Okay? Flat out period, no. Okay? You have a tug of war. We've always had this. Okay? These are always fun. Always love to do these in Awana. You get that you get that circle rope, and you get 4 teams pulling at it, and watching those kids pull and pull and pull. And sometimes they don't move. The rope does not move because you got 4 people pulling in opposite directions, and all of them have the same strength. Okay? But tug of war, where does the little rope go? Balance, force. That's what the idea here is. Okay? So, practice 3.2. Calculate the force required to accelerate an empty grocery cart with a mass of 20 kilograms at a rate of 2.0 meters per second squared. Here's your formula for an answer. Ricky, get them down. Force equals mass times acceleration, or 20 times 2, giving you your 40 newtons. Okay? Okay. I answered my own question just by looking at this. It is not, the square is not for the number. The square is for the seconds. Okay? Because remember, he's moving 2 meters per second per second. 2 meters a second per second. That's where you get your square root or square for the second. Okay? So it is 40. Okay, just got a couple minutes left of this hour. Let's see what we can get accomplished here. Calculate the force required to accelerate a full grocery cart with a mass of 60 at a rate of 2. How does the force required to accelerate the full cart compared to the force required to accelerate the empty cart? This one would be 120. Okay? So the force to push a full cart is going to have to be more, obviously, than the empty cart. Okay? Rick, you getting all these written down? Because you haven't even been writing it all this whole hour. Okay? You should have your notes. I don't know why you don't. Okay? And number 3. Okay? Hang on, I just want to see ahead here. Oop. Okay. Tell you what, guys, I don't want to take you into the next hour. So we will pick up practice number 3, 3.2 number 3 tomorrow, and finish this lesson tomorrow, okay? DLs, have a great day. Enjoy. Go to the pool. Get some sun. Sunbathe. Whatever you're going to do, enjoy. Just think about us here at school in this room with everybody here, okay? See you later. Have a good day.
All right, so let's get out 2.1 and get started. I told you guys earlier that Chapter 2 is significantly easier than Chapter 1, and there's a reason for that. Because it is, okay? And the reason it is because we start finally putting the pieces together and actually start getting able to be doing algebra, okay? Unlike whatever the mess in Chapter 1 was, okay? So Chapter 2, we can actually do some algebra. So we're worried about translating things. We're worried about getting properties down. We're worried about getting all that stuff done. But now we can actually look for solutions to equations. And that's what we're going to do. And that's much simpler than that. So an equation is a mathematical sentence stating that two quantities or expressions are equal. Okay? For example, 7 plus 3 equals 10 is an equation. These two quantities are equal. If there is no equal sign, you do not have an equation. It's that simple. The equa in equation stands for equal. Okay? So if you have less than, not an equation. Okay? We actually call those an inequality. We'll talk about it later. If there is no equal sign, the best you can call it is an expression. An expression is any algebraic statement. An equation has an equal sign. All right, good? Now, if I were to go through and say that, where is my cursor? I cannot find this thing. X plus 3 equals 10. What would X be? 7. Right. Okay, now, we're not going to solve them all by just looking at it, but I just gave you the answer, so why not use it? Okay, so what we're doing here, okay, is X equals 7 is considered my solution because it's the only value of X. Where in the world is my cursor? I cannot find this thing. Okay, that's it. There we go. X equals 7 is considered my solution. So this right here, these are both equations. This right here is considered my solution. 2, specifically, X plus 3 equals 10, because it's the only thing that I can plug into that equation to make it true. That's what we mean when we say a solution, right, Adrian?
Yes, that is the solution.
Now, to ensure accuracy and verify the solution, it is good practice to check the solution by submitting it back into the original equation, or substituting it back into the original equation. A value is not a solution if it produces answers that do not equal each other. For example, if I were to get somehow that X equals 6 and to plug that back in, well, 6 plus 3 equals 9. 9 is not equal to 10, therefore it's not a valid solution. Now, for right now, all it is for error checking, but it is possible later on as we get into further algebra and study certain types of equations where you could do everything correctly and still get something that's not a solution. Okay? Yeah. Okay, so because of that, you need to get in the habit of at least checking mentally. You don't necessarily have to show it, but you have to at least check it mentally. Does this answer work? Okay, so when you get down to X equals something, you should put it back in, at least somewhat in your head, and make sure that it makes sense. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But did it really make sense?
All right, so we can determine if a value is a solution to any given thing. So let's look at, I swear my cursor keeps disappearing. All right, so example 2.1a. Okay, in portion A, we have 5x minus 2 is equal to 8. And we're told to check if x equals 2 is a solution. Okay, so to check if it's a solution, let's go ahead and stop doing that and make sure we're paying attention and following along. Thank you. All right, if we're to check if it's a solution, all I do is plug it in and follow the order of operations. I do not touch the other side of my equation at all if I'm checking. All right, so 5 times 2 is? 10. There we go. Minus 2 equals 8. 10 minus 2 is? 8. Does 8 equal 8?
Yes.
Yes, it is a solution. So we would write solution down here. Okay?
Do you have to do that in every single problem like we do? Or we have to write
No, this is only if you're asked to determine if a value is a solution.
So if it says
Hold on, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Okay? Part B. All right, we have x plus 3 equals 6. Okay? So I'm told to check if x equals 2 is a solution. So 2 plus 3 equals 6. 2 plus 3 then is what?
5.
5. Does 5 equal 6?
No.
No, not a solution. So when we're asked to find if something is a solution, whoops. When we're asked to find if something's a solution, all we're doing is plugging it in. Does it work? If yes, it's a solution. If not, it's not. Pretty straightforward?
Yeah.
Cool. Now, equations that are straight lines when graphed are what we call linear equations. Linear equations in one variable are equations that have only one variable in which the variable is raised to the first power only. This is the type of equation that we've been solving already, and it's solved by isolating the variable, usually x. And I already showed you an example of that in the first one. We subtracted 3 from both sides. Okay, that's how I got from, oh my goodness, I'm actually getting super annoyed at this right now. That's how we got from here to here, is we subtracted 3 from both sides. I subtracted 3 from the left, so help me, and subtracted 3 from the right. Okay, does that make sense? That's how we did this. Now, you haven't learned how to do this yet, other than seeing me do it. Okay, so let's go through and how to do this. For instance, in the equation x plus 8 equals 3, x is being added to x. Okay, so if I were to start out and say, oh goodness, there has got to be a way to turn up the visibility of this thing. X plus 8 equals 3. Okay, so 8 is being added to x in this example, right? Okay, so if 8 is being added to x, how would I undo the addition? Subtraction. Okay, so you're going to subtract 8 from both sides. So x is going to equal 3 minus 8, which is?
5.
No.
Negative 5.
Negative 5, thank you.
You said just 8. Yeah, you said it.
Huh? I said 3 minus 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. All right. So, because the two sides of an equation must remain equal, if you learn nothing else today, learn this. What you do to one side, you must do to the other. It's like a seesaw, you have to keep it balanced. Okay? You have to keep it balanced. What you do to one side, you must do to the other. Consider the equation 5 equals 5. This equation is true if 3 is added to both sides, where 5 plus 3 equals 5 plus 3. It's also true if 9 is subtracted from both sides. 5 minus 9 equals 5 minus 9. These examples demonstrate that if any quantity is added to or subtracted from both sides of an equation, the equation remains true. This is the addition property of equality. Yes, it involves subtraction, but remember, we've learned that subtraction isn't actually a thing. It's the addition of a negative. Okay, so we only call it the addition property of equality. Okay, we're not ignoring subtraction. It's just, it's in there. Make sense? All right, so example 2.1b. As soon as I can find my cursor again. Seriously, so help me. Can you guys see my cursor? No? All right. Example 2.1b. All right. So I'm told to solve for x. So I have x plus 2 is equal to 10. All right, what operation is currently being done?
Addition.
Addition. How do I undo addition?
Subtraction.
Subtraction. So negative 2, negative 2. Okay, x equals?
8.
8. Now, I expect to see work all the time, even for these simple ones. In the sense of, I want to see what you chose to do to undo it. So like that negative 2 underneath, that's fine. Just that. I want to see the original, what you chose to do, and then that's it. The reason I need to see that is because I need to make sure you're getting it now where we can just look at it and know that, of course it's 8, because what else plus 2 would equal 10? Because soon, we're going to start doing problems where you can't just look at it and know the answer. So the temptation is going to be in this section to see something like x plus 2 equals 10 and just write down x equals 8.
Would you mark us wrong if we don't show that? You don't show your work? Yeah.
What do you think? If I'm telling you right now, you better show your work.
You show your work. Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're moving on. Example C. Just show your work and then you don't have to find out. Example C. Silence yourself, please. Thank you. All right, exercise 2.1c. We have n minus 10 equals 2. What is being done to n? Subtraction. What is the opposite of subtraction? Addition. So we're going to add 10 to both sides. So n equals 12. And we could go through and plug in 12, there we go, minus 10 does in fact equal 2. Okay, again, I'm not writing out the check, we're just doing it in our head. Okay, when we get to the more advanced ones where you need to plug it in to check, you probably should. Okay, but I'm not checking for that. Checking. All right, I'm done. All right. Where is the cursor? Okay. Moving on. I swear I'm okay. Oh my goodness. All right, so exercise 2.1D. All right, we have y minus 3/5 equals 1/3. Okay, step 1. What's being done? Subtraction. How do I undo that? Addition. So I'm going to add 3/5 to both sides. Oops. That's not equals. Seriously. Why would I add 3/5? Because that's what's being subtracted from y. Okay? No, actually not right now. It's a little tight. Like, if you came up here and saw it, you would understand why I'm having a problem. Anyway, so then y would equal... we have different denominators. Okay, so which denominator is bigger, 3 or 5? 5. Does 3 go into 5? No. Okay, that's all. We always just check to see if we even have to multiply. All right, so start counting with 5s. Does 10 work?
15.
No, 15 is needed. All right, so 3 goes into 15 5 times, so we have 5 over 15 plus, and then 5 goes into 15 3 times, so 3 times 3 is? 9. And 5 plus 9 is? 14, so we end up with 14 over 15 is my final answer. And if we were to go through and plug it all back in, it would still work. All right. Part E. All right, any questions so far? Cool. This class gets out at 20, right? Yeah. Oof. Oh, it's Wednesday anyway. Cool.
But you know, homework.
Yeah.
Don't relax from homework, though. Until you have 69 on the stupid test.
Okay. Let me put it this way. Stop interrupting me. You guys are being very rude, and I don't appreciate it. No, you need to stop. When I'm in the middle of telling you to be quiet, that's not the time to start shouting out. Whatever it is, can it wait 5 minutes? Okay. All right, example E. Oops, wrong button. Oh, goodness, if I can find the thing. All right, example 2.1e. If we have decimals, it's the same process. X plus 0.4 equals negative 0.5. So what is being done to x? Addition. So how do I undo it? Subtraction. You're like Mr. S. You're beating us over the head with this. Yes, yes I am. Negative 0.4, negative 0.4. X equals negative 0.9. That's it. All right, and example 2.1f. Yes. Yeah. If they're the same sign, you add. All right, so example F, we have 2 times x minus 3 equals x minus 4. Now, this is where everyone starts flipping out. We have x on both sides. What on earth do we do? First of all, let's do what we can. Okay? What's the first thing you see that we can do? Parentheses. So let's multiply through the 2. So we get 2x minus 6 equals x minus 4. Now, if I wanted to get the x from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, watch this. All we have to do is subtract x from both sides. Now I have x minus 6 equals negative 4. Do you see it?
That was simple.
Yeah. It's a lot simpler than it looks, but it freaks everyone out. We good?
Yeah.
Okay. X is some value. As long as I subtract the same value from both sides of an equation, I can do it, right? So even though I don't know the value, I just subtract it. Good? So that's all I'm doing. And then, what's being done to x?
You're subtracting it. Very good.
I'm just adding, or it's subtraction, so we're going to do addition.
Yeah.
So x equals?
F equals that. F for a problem.
2. Thank you.
There you go.
All right, x equals 2. Okay, now normally I would give you guys homework so you guys can practice the new concept. However, today's Wednesday. So, tomorrow, listen up. Tomorrow we are doing 2.2, the multiplication property of identity, and we'll practice both of them tomorrow. Okay? You guys will be able to work on that. I'll figure out how I'm going to assign that, but that's what we're doing. All right, are there any questions on this lesson? Okay, see what I mean about 2.1 is already easier than like all of chapter 1? Yeah, there's a reason. All right, see you guys later.
Anyone else? Amethyst? Amatista?
R con R, no, wait, okay. R con R guitarra, R con R radio. Rápido, rápido corren los carros cargados de azúcar del ferrocarril.
Good job. Okay. So I have a new one, okay? So I'm going to pass it out. Here's 3. No, but... Here's 2. Here you go. It's in your vocabulary words. Oh. Here you go. You moved. Yes.
I'll fix it. The corren los carros.
Okay. I'm going to read it for you, okay? Let me give it to my online students, though. Okay. Does anyone want to read it before I read it? You want to do it? Okay. Adrian's going to read it for us, okay? Go ahead and stand and read it for us. Good job. Okay, so this one is just talking about Teresa brought and pizza. It's in your vocabulary words. Who knows? Chalk. So she brought chalk and they were basically in crumbs. So trizas is like when you make everything like crummy. That's what it means. So she brought all the chalk made crumb, okay? And it just says that it says the whole phrase backwards again, okay?
So Teresa brought chalk that was in crumbs. Crumbs that was in Teresa brought chalk.
Exactly. But in Spanish, it makes sense. Okay? Go ahead, let's read it again together. Okay, I'm going to read it, okay? Teresa trajo tizas hechas trizas. Hechas trizas trajo Teresa las tizas. Okay, let's read it together. Teresa trajo tizas hechas trizas. Hechas trizas trajo Teresa las. Okay, let's say it again, okay? It's the T, TR, and the Z. Okay, ready? Begin again. Okay, so when you say the name Teresa, don't say Teresa, okay? In Spanish, remember the letter E, it sounds like E, okay? So Teresa. So Teresa trajo tizas. The I sounds like E. So however you would say the letter E, that's how the I sounds, okay, in Spanish. So let's read it all together, okay? Again, ready? Begin. Teresa trajo tizas hechas trizas. Hechas trizas. Okay, not just you. Ready? Begin. Okay. Trajo Teresa las tizas. Okay, not las trizas. Okay. Let's say it one more time. Okay, let's say both of them one last time and then we'll go into our vocabularies, okay? Ready? Let's start with the guitar, okay? R con R. Okay. Teresa trajo tizas hechas trizas. hechas trizas trajo Teresa. Not las trizas, las tizas. Okay? Las tizas. Okay? Okay, let's go back to where we were yesterday. So, page 30. Okay, let's go ahead and let's start with page 30. Okay, let's do it in numerical order. Ready? Begin. La puerta. La luz. Okay. And then page 31. Let's do it horizontally, okay? A las 9. Okay, let's read it one more. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Begin. Okay. I want to play a game, but it can get out of control, okay? I want to play Simon Says, obviously everything in Spanish. If you listen, no, we're going to have teams, obviously. Okay? No, it's not going to be just one team, obviously, okay? So whoever wins, I'll bring you something tomorrow, okay? So, okay, this is what I'm talking about, okay? Okay, go ahead and find whoever you were partnered with yesterday. So go ahead and find whoever you were partnered with. Wait, we should be even today though. Partner with Jesse. No, actually he has a partner. You can partner. With what? The three of you can partner.
No, I got two terrible people. They don't even know how to introduce themselves.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, listen up. Jeremias, who are you with? Lluvia, who are you with? She's not here? Okay. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So we're in even. Okay, what's happening, Gabby and Douglas? Okay. Okay, no.
I'm letting you go through to get that chance.
Okay, this is how it's going to work, okay? I want to do it by section, but these two sections only have 5 students. So I'll have one of you move to the last section.
Whoever speaks Spanish the best, please. I have to.
So, yeah. You two move to the last section. So yeah. So it'll be 3 teams. The reason why I'm not adding anyone in the middle section, it's because you'll be closer to me. Does that make sense? So you guys have the advantage of being closer. I am going to be in the middle. So obviously, well, you're closer, but you guys are the closest to me right now. So I'm going to ask for something, or I'm going to say something about like, okay, Simon says touch the wall or whatever in Spanish. Only one of you has to do it, okay? But you're gonna tell me at the end, you're gonna tell me which group did it. Does that make sense? Which couple did it? Not couple, but no. Okay, you're gonna tell me who did it, okay? And then we'll go by teams. Okay, let's go. Let's do a trial, okay? So, listen up. This could give you points for your partner and for the 3 different teams. Okay. Does that make sense? So you are doing it for the team, and you're also doing it with your partner, okay? Yes. Yeah. Sorry, what? No, sit down. So, Adrian and Rick, and Avery, you have to be sitting down, okay? Okay. Also, if you do it once, make sure you let the other person do it too, okay? Help them out if they're like, okay, I don't know what it is. Just give it to them, tell them what it is, help them out, okay? Okay. Like I said, I'm going to stand right here. And whoever brings it to me first, okay? I'm going to tell you what to do. Or it's Simon Says, okay? Okay, ready? Simon says, mira, Simón dice que me traigan un libro. Okay. Got it.
Wait, I was here.
Wait, is it just the first person?
Yes.
She's gonna win it. Okay, I'm standing right here.
Okay. Okay, since Ellie did it, Jesse has to do the next one. So that means you're gonna be switching, okay? It can't just be you at the same time, okay? Simón dice que toquen la pared en el lado izquierdo. Que toquen la pared en el lado izquierdo. Amatista. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Izquierdo. Okay. Amatista was first. Thank you. Okay. So keep your own score. Keep your own score, okay?
What?
Simón dice, remember you're switching, okay? Simón dice que escriban Juan 14:6. Completo. Tiene que estar completo. It has to be all of it, okay?
Obviously, that's just cheating.
Get right.
Cheating, that's just.
Jesús le dijo, "Yo soy el camino y la verdad y la vida. Nadie en el Padre que no por mí." Can I see?
I'll read to you. I can't read it. It says, Jesús le dijo, yo soy el camino y la verdad y la vida. Nadie viene al Padre sino
Oh,
por
okay, let me see.
Jesús le dijo, yo soy el camino.
Okay. It's Lacey. So none of you wrote Juan 14, 6. What is a verse without the reference?
We got a group of white kids and we still won.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, Sheila, you're supposed to make instructions and you didn't deliver.
You wrote it. No, but it's over, Gabby.
Simón dice, Simón dice que me digan la hora exacta. She was the first one that I heard though.
We haven't learned 50 in Spanish. How was I supposed to study it?
Ellie, the time was over there. It's right there. Okay. So, one Amatista, one Gabi, one Ellie, and one Lacey, okay? We're gonna do a couple more, okay? Simón dice que me traigan una pluma, un plumón.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay. Thank you. She already brought it. Simón dice que me traigan una máscara.
Mine first.
No! Okay, I don't want your mask.
I threw my mask at somebody like this.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go sit down. Okay. So on this team, there's 2 points already on this side. There's 1 on this side, and there's 2 on this side. No, I put it in my hand first. Okay. Okay. Simón dice, there's like not a good spot for everyone to be even. Simón dice que me traiga una Biblia. Okay. Simón dice que escriban los días de la semana.
Write the days of the week. Write the days of the week. What does that mean? No, okay, we lost.
Simón dice Okay. Simón dice, okay, you have to do it, you have to write it in words, okay? Listen up. Simón dice que escriban el número 10, número 20, número 30. 10, 20, 30.
I got it. 10, 20, 30.
10. Wait.
But that's an end in the middle.
Oh, let me see yours.
it's really sloppy.
What the heck? Yes. Es Victoria. So 20 is V-E-I-N-T. Okay.
Who got the point?
This side. So how many points does this side have right now? 3? 3, 2, and 2. Okay. So far, my right side is winning. You guys are tied, okay? Okay. Simón dice.
Hey, ladies. Amethyst. That's enough.
Okay, listen up. You're going to write the phrase, okay? Simón dice que escribas. Hola, mi nombre es. Tengo tantos años. Mucho gusto. Hola, mi nombre es. Tengo, your age, años. Mucho gusto. Let me read it. Wait.
No, that's like graded paper. It said mucho gusto. Mucho es right there. I don't think so.
Okay.
No, that's what it says.
Okay, but read it for me.
Hola, mi nombre. Oh my, I missed the word. No.
Who was next? Who was next?
It was Gavin.
Well, Anakin Skywalker.
No?
Bro, I said you use your paper that I drew Anakin. What? Hola,
Wow.
mi nombre es Douglas.
Yeah.
What?
Hola, mi nombre es Jaylee. Tengo 16.
No tengo 15.
No, you doesn't say
Okay, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it was Jaylene, okay? Douglas said, hola, mi nombre es, tengo 15, mucho gusto. 15 what?
I did the same thing.
Hola, mi nombre es, no name, tengo 15, mucho gusto.
I missed one word.
Hola, mi nombre es Eliana. Tengo 15 años, mucho gusto. Okay, we have 3 more minutes, okay? And then we're going to do a review. Okay, make sure you are switching, okay? Okay, listen. Make sure someone else is writing it, okay? You can help them write it, but make sure they're doing it. Okay, what's the score right now? So 3 or 4? 4? No, 3.
Oh yeah, 3, 2.
Okay, so 2, 3, 4.
We have 3.
You have 3? 3, 2, 4.
We have 3 because I got the mucho gusto. We don't have 2. You guys have 2. No. That's what she said.
Okay.
She said 3, 2, 4.
3, 2, 4. Okay. Okay. If this team scores the last one, you guys win. If you score, then we have another one. Okay. You still have 3 more to go. Okay. Listen up. You can use your book if you want, if it helps you on this one. Okay. Okay. You're gonna write the phrases. And make sure you write the day, okay? Don't just write whatever I'm going to say. You're supposed to fill in the blank, okay? You're going to write, hoy es, the day, mañana será, ayer fue. I say you can use your book if you need it, okay? Hoy es, mañana será, ayer fue. Hoy es, mañana será, ayer fue. It has to be exactly like I'm saying it.
Oh, they're joking. They're joking.
Let me
which one did I right? Is this? Did I get it right? Please tell.
You're missing a phrase.
Wait, which one?
Hoy es miércoles, mañana será jueves. Ayer fue.
Oh, rip.
Okay. Hoy es miércoles. Ayer fue martes.
That's a you. That's a you.
Let me see this one. Hoy es miércoles, mañana será jueves. Ayer fue lunes.
No, Gabby went twice.
I'm gonna get Derek. It says manana. Okay. I'm gonna give it to Derek because.
Gabby did it for him. She just went twice.
Oh wait.
Gabby, cheater. Cheater. No.
Did you write this? Okay. Did you write this? Did you write it? Did it wasn't Derek?
No, it wasn't Derek.
Okay.
I rewrote it. For Martha's yesterday was Tuesday.
Hoy es miércoles, mañana será jueves. Ayer fue
Martha's. I scribbled pretty fast.
martes. Did you write it
Yeah,
yourself?
I wrote it myself.
Okay, I'm gonna give it to Noah because listen. I told you can tell them how to write it, but you can't write it you can't write it and then just give it to them. I don't know if you want this. Okay, last one. Because these two teams are tied, okay? Yes. Okay. Okay, listen up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Anyone can, like, whoever is the fastest writer, it's okay. I don't mind, okay? You're going to write the alphabet. Don't start yet when I say go. Listen, you're going to write the alphabet. You're going to add the letters that I told you, like we add in Spanish. You're going to add those. And you're going to write the vowels. Alphabet, 3 extra letters, vowels. Go.
No, you're just accusing because you suck. You wrote it all in 5 seconds.
You're missing.
What? I got it.
Ow! What the freak?
I got it. Let's go!
Yeah. Okay. Take out your tongue twistler, whatever. Yes, go back to your seat. Okay, take out your. Okay, everyone from this section, do like a sign-in sheet. Give me your name so I can bring you something tomorrow, okay? Okay, let's do it. Let's do the art first, and then we'll do the one with T, okay?
Do you want me to write everybody's name?
Yeah, everyone's name, yeah. Okay, everyone should have their trabalenguas. Adrian, you should have this in your hand right now. Okay, let's do it together. R con R. Okay, let's do it again. R con R guitarra, R con R barril, Rápido corren los carros cargados de azúcar del ferrocarril. Next one. Teresa trajo tizas hechas trizas. Hechas trizas trajo Teresa las tizas. Okay, let's say Juan 14:6. Juan 14:6. Jesús le dijo, yo soy el camino y la verdad y la vida. Nadie viene al Padre sino por mí. Okay, so tomorrow we're going to learn a new verse. So for tonight, go ahead and do. Oh, today's Wednesday. Okay, no homework. Make sure that you learn this, the two tongue twisters that I gave you. If you learn it and tomorrow you're able to say it, you'll get something too, okay? So learn these ones. If you're able to say them, you'll say them tomorrow, okay? Good job, guys.